Also, I keep forgetting that I need to do some sort of transition to live because that abrupt stop of the fucking music is just it's too harsh. Also, I should probably clear chat so you're not seeing all of our goof rolls.
What?
Hi, baby.
Oh, the pupperdo.
Okay. So, hey, everybody. Sorry for the delay. Having issues with getting everyone connected. Um, but we decided to start it off anyways. While we work through it. Happy Friday. It feels so weird having two games back to back. Um, Also, the more I look at this layout, the more I hate our layout on Thursday. So I'm gonna definitely have to do something about that. Yeah, but I got the character stats up. So if you're watching, you can already know what the players' stats are. Um, and got a bunch more stream loot cards. So if you're into that type of thing, there's like I think 10 new cards from last week. So yeah. On that note, we can just jump right in. I reckon Adam's doing recap, since how you have a booklet.
For like the first 50 minutes. But yeah, sure, why
I
not?
don't,
I
I don't want
remember
you
the
to read a
rest
book
ish.
of 50 minutes worth of recap. Like
No,
that's
I don't. No.
okay.
Summarization.
How much of the backstory do you want? Is my question.
However much you want to divulge.
Okay.
Let's hear your recap skills here. You're supposed to be summarizing main points so people who didn't watch know what happened.
Um. Okay. So this is what 100 years after the previous campaign. Um. 75 years ago, Aquarius poofed into what is now a chasm, full of underdark creatures. Four main factions are trying to, well, when that poofed, all of the leadership poofed with it. And four main factions are trying to take hold of the kingdom to try to be under their rule, being the Adventures of Amethil. They believe the strongest warrior should be the leader. The Queen's Grace believes that the Church of Durian should be the leader, or the Queen for the Church of Durian should be the leader. Loyalists of Dracarius believe Vardrak will return, and they're trying to keep everything as it was. And the Order of the People believe that no one should be the leader, that the people should be equals. We are part of the Eclipsean Order, which was 13 members large.
Why you say it like
Now
that?
it is. I don't know. Why would I say it like that? But is now 5 people, including Thrain, Roderick, Desmond, Nell, and Quillwise. What led to that was a darkness. Yeah. Get to where I need to be. I believe it was a non-fiend darkness, and everything took place within the blink of an eye. All of the Eclipsing Order except us, were killed. Or we were killed, but we were spared for how badly we were maimed, I'll call it, compared to everybody else. And somehow Quillwise brought us back to life. Um, I need to turn on streamer mode so I can not be getting Discord notifications on stream. And all three of us have a magical mark with on the inside of our left cheek, was it? Or right cheek? Left cheek, that marks us some way. And I believe we all had a dream at the end of the night that stated, oh, where is it? I don't remember what it stated. I'll be honest.
I'll be honest, I didn't even remember the dream. That was news to me. I was like, what?
We all had a dream. We're visited by the green-haired chick that said, "Hello, my little hibiscus."
Ah, yes.
Yes.
So, to clarify a few things about that recap, Dracarius did not poof into the Underdark. Dracarius poofed and left a crater, and Dracarius had a pit that was rumored to go all the way to the Infinite Hells. And because of that opening, when the city disappeared, it left a chasm that spills into the Underdark and potentially into the Infinite Hells. One clarification there. The other one is, it was not the green-haired chick that you seen in your dream. This was something totally different. This was a large, like 15-foot tall silhouette. The description of the dream was you were in just a complete emptiness with like a singular light source, and just on the other side of the light, you've seen a silhouette of this creature that was standing about 15 feet tall. And as it stepped into the light, that's when it said, "Hello, my little hibiscus." That's where we left it off. And that's where we're going to pick it up. Because immediately after that happens, you wake up. If anybody is sleeping in close proximity to one another, like inside of the bunk area in the Eclipsean Order, you would all notice that all of you wake up at the exact same time. Even those of you who don't technically sleep, if you were in like your meditative state and whatnot, you fell into a slumber when this happened. But the same thing, you all wake up at the exact same time.
Sweat on their brow. Nell just looks around and she's just like, tall lady thing. Everybody's. Did we all get that? Hibiscus?
Yeah. What time of night is it? Early night, middle of the night, morning?
It's probably, to the best of your guess, around 3 in the morning.
Oh, good.
Yay.
Well, Nell's just gonna start looking around for a piece of paper to write down everything she can remember from this. They can remember from this dream, and then just trying to get back to bed.
All right. Yeah. So I mean, if you just go right back to bed, then you can definitely fall back asleep. um, anybody who's paying attention to anything going around, you would still hear Quillwise making noise over in his library area, still doing research. So Nell's going back to sleep. What about Desmond?
I'm assuming as soon as he gets up, he's just looks around. I think he would have private quarters, not being like the bunks. Then, after being rudely awakened, just refused to go back to sleep and continue on with his research as well. So he would walk over to the what are we calling this building? The
It's the
Batcave.
Eclipsean Order Guild Hall.
The bad game.
So, yeah, he would walk into the guild hall and start doing research again.
All right. And what about Thrain?
I feel like I would be in the bunkhouse, so if I see... No, were you saying you were in the bunkhouse?
Yes.
Okay. If I see you reaching to write it down, I'm not gonna worry about it. And then I'm just gonna try to get back to sleep.
And what about Roderick?
He's just going to kind of just be doing little busy work here and there, like stuff that he would have normally been doing before everyone died, and as if, still trying to cope with what's going on.
Okay. And like after waking up from that nightmare, I mean, would he go back to sleep, or would he go back to like just trying to keep his mind busy after that?
Trying to keep his mind busy.
Okay. All right. Then
And I'm gonna disconnect for a little bit. Be right back.
Yep. So is there any specific type of research or anything that you're doing right now, Desmond?
Ooh, I think he would be doing research on the weave and how it interacts with people. So more research, less on the creature, more on seeing what's going on with Roderick at the moment. And it might also lead into the marks that he's seen. So
Okay.
it may tie into each other.
Okay. Then, yeah, you would continue doing that. Roderick's going to continue his research. Now, Thrain, you two sleep. Basically, normally you all would be awakened by like everybody else starting to wake up and just kind of the normal chaos of the guild house. But oddly enough, this will be the first time that you actually have sort of uninterrupted sleep. No one is coming to wake you up. No one is going to be busting in, having on a conversation, nothing like that.
When Nell breaks their trance, they're just gonna slowly get up, look around at all of the empty bunks that used to be where their growingly closer friends slept. Heave a sigh, just glance to see if Thrain is still sleeping.
I think my body would wake me up at whatever time we normally would wake usually. I
That's
wouldn't be
gonna
there.
like basically like at first light, so probably like 5-6 in the morning.
I'd be awake and I would be I wouldn't be there. Or if you wake up after that.
She's an elf, so she doesn't actually sleep. She just trances. So they would have noticed you leaving regardless.
Okay.
So one thing I do want to make note of with this is that the trance, you're still asleep. Like if you read the description of like the deep trance of the elves, it says that like it's basically like it's really strong mental exercise that you're doing. You are in a deep trance. It's not like you're just lightly sleeping. So the trance makes it where instead of needing 8 hours, you only need 4. But like during that 4 hour period, you are dead to the world for all intents and purposes.
Oh, I understand that. I meant
Okay.
like it's been definitely more than 4 hours, so they, if anything, would have just been laying there, like
Understood.
thinking about everything.
Mechanically, you still count as conscious, though, right?
I'm
I'm
not
pretty
sure,
sure that's
honestly.
the. I'm pretty sure that's the last thing in trance.
I can tell you real quick though. Elves don't need to sleep. Instead, they meditate deeply, remaining semi-conscious for 4 hours a day. While meditating, you dream. After a fusion, such dreams are actually mental exercises that have become reflexive through years of practice. After resting in this way, you gain the same benefit that a human does for 8 hours of sleep. You are not. You are still asleep, like for the most part. Like that's the thing is that it doesn't mean you don't have to sleep. It means that basically, well, you don't have to sleep is the first thing it says. But you're still basically putting yourself out of normal consciousness. You're drowned in your own thoughts so heavily that like you're not 100% aware of what's going on around you.
Okay. So they're just gonna head out into where the paladins would usually do morning training, exercise upkeep for strength purposes, and go to do that alone for the first time.
Yeah, so there's like a whole area out to the north of the building. And I guess I'll do this to make it easy for everybody else too. There's that.
So what time were you getting up again? Like right away? Is like after I got up?
Yeah, probably just walk out right after you.
Okay. Then about a half hour after you get out there, you'll see me walk up, warhammer in hand, just to practice on aiming the warhammer and honing my skills with it. Throw my hand axe a couple times.
After a bit of training separately, they'd eventually suggest some sparring, but not much talking beside that because they're still mentally processing everything that's happened.
Understood.
We'll join you in some sparring.
Um. So the two of you are out in like the courtyard area sparring, or on the practice range. They have like, like straw-filled dummies kind of set up that you can practice against. Um, would Roderick or Desmond join them out there, or would you guys still just be continuing like your research and everything?
When Roderick goes to take a break, he'll like sit down nearby and watch, but he's not really doing much more than that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Desmond will go out, leave a book so Quillwise doesn't chew his ass out, and starts messing with his alchemist set nearby.
Okay.
So just trying to feel the very loud silence.
Yeah, which you definitely do. And like, see, something that would catch you all off guard, when you all are doing your own things and kind of just going with the motions and getting used to this new normal that's going on. You would see that very familiar beam of light shoot out from the hall, like it would when you would be called for something, and then instead of hearing the booming voice that you would normally hear coming through this speaker, through like this whatchamacallit, uh, the prestidigitation. Instead, you hear Quillwise's voice, like, I'm not really sure how to. I think you all should come in here. I found something that is very exciting. How do you stop it from? Can you, and it cuts off.
Yes.
Chuckle, shakes head, just starts to re-equip themselves with their weapons before walking over to the guild hall.
And as you all walk inside, you would see Quillwise standing there next to a pile of books taller than him. And he brings over this book, and the book itself is about 18 inches wide and about 30 inches tall. And he slams this book down on a table next to you guys, and the papers like fluff out everywhere, and he kind of looks around frazzled for a second. Everybody go ahead and give me a perception roll real quick.
Quillwise, have you even slept?
Oh my god.
We'll get to that. Hey, John, I need you to roll.
Yeah.
Don't rub it in.
Dirty 20.
Fucking damn it.
John with the highest roll of everybody.
Ah.
So, Cooleye slams his book down. He opens it up and he starts flipping it through, and he's like, "Have you all heard of the Archlich Kusim Drysdale?"
No.
If anybody has grown up in a more privileged lifestyle where they would have had like traditional schooling, if anyone is into books or literature, you may have heard of this person. You let me know if any of you fit that description.
I may have heard of this person.
Okay.
I don't think so.
So
The Lish specifically, maybe have heard of this person.
So, Desmond, you may be familiar with this then. And the one thing that would strike you curious is the same type of thought that both Roderick and Thrain would have after seeing this book. So, Desmond, you would know that Archlich Kusim is basically hailed as a fictional character. They wrote a lot of literary devices that they passed off as like memoirs, but most people just understand that it's just a bunch of malarkey. The reason Roderick and Thrain, the two of you, may get an interesting take from it is as he slams the book down and starts flipping through it, you both notice that the title of this book is A Tale of Fantastical Tales.
Very creative.
And Quillwise continues. Archlich Kusim is recorded as being the oldest living mortal ever. If you can believe his accounts, he lived over 100,000 years. Some say he may still be alive, but I digress on that. I think that if he was still alive, he would be writing still. But anyways, he wrote volumes and volumes of memoirs on his experiences throughout the world. And in one of his stories, something piqued my interest. It talked about a creature similar to what you described to me. A humanoid with, like, freakishly exaggerated features. And the thing that really caught my attention is you saying that it was fiendish, but not a demon and not a devil. These creatures come from an era before demons and before devils. The root fiends. These creatures that they no longer exist. They predate demons and devils. They were creatures so strong that allegedly the gods had to split them in two to make demons and devils. That's how they kept the balance. But anyways, this story, it talks about these creatures called Baradroiles. And essentially what a Baradroile is it is a mortal that has been force-fed the souls of fiends to the point that its shell cannot hold anymore. And these creatures, they exhibit the strength, the power of the combined strength of these souls.
Nori! Don't fall. Sorry.
But unfortunately, the human, the mortal body, it's not meant to have this much power. And it essentially burns through its host. These type of creatures are extremely powerful when they are created, but they quickly diminish and die out. If the stories that Kusim tell are true, many millennia ago, they were trying to perfect the perfect shell for this. And unfortunately, from what you all tell me, I think that someone may be trying to pick back up where they left off.
Quillwise, tell me, does the term Abyss have anything to do with this? Because at the very least, Thrain and I woke up at the same time last night having a dream where a 15-foot tallish figure greeted us, referring to us as such.
I woke up from the same dream.
Yep, had it too.
Joy.
Cool Eyes runs over to the stack of books that were behind him, and he's like thumbing down the spine of it until he finds one, and then he's like put his thumbs under and he's lifting. He's like, and he.
I'll
like,
walk over and try to help him.
So he turns and he looks at one of you and he's like, "Can I have some help, please?"
I'll walk over.
Give me a strength check, or you can do athletics if you have bonuses for it.
No.
I if you can't, I'll try.
He said I walked over. Why not? Let's see how bad I do.
You're good. So like he puts his thumbs in between
Raining.
these two books, and he has you like lift, and he pulls one out, and then you set it down. He's like, "Oh, careful, careful, careful." He like grabs the book and he sort of looks at you and he's like, "These tomes are older than us collective."
Have anything in my hands? Like a single book? Or that was just holding the books up?
You were just lifting and setting back down like a stack of books.
Okay. Never mind that.
And he walks over and he sets down this book next to the other one. He starts flipping through and he's like, Abyss-Kissed. Yes. So, Abyss-Kissed. That can't be right. So, the Abyss-Kissed were the thralls of these ancient fiends. They called them primordial malevolence. They outdate both demons and devils by centuries. And apparently, when they first came to Arrakis, the human thralls, or the mortal thralls that they took, they referred to them as Abyss-Kissed. And he like spins the book and he like shows everybody. Does anybody write primordial?
Yes.
Then you can actually read what he's saying. If you do not, you're just seeing basically like this very like archaic like cunographic writing on these pages. And then on the side of the page there is a hand-drawn sketch of a creature that looks very similar to the creature that you all seen in your dreams.
Glorious. That is very reminiscent of the dream. And what does it entail to be a thrall of them?
Well, it says that they would do their biddings, but the way that this makes it sound, they were willing.
Is there any way to fight the will that they might, being that we've been had the Abyss Kiss or whatever that means? I feel like that would try to convince us to fight for them. Is there any way known to fight against that?
This doesn't say. Everything that it's saying here is they were all willing. They worshipped these beings almost as people worship gods today. But I find this all very peculiar because the Aegis of Eternity prevents them from being able to do bidding here.
What is the Aegis of Eternity?
The seal that was created forever ago. The thing that basically keeps the bad things locked in the eternal hells.
Ah, yes, but who made it and how does it get unlocked? And who or what could have done this? If it's in the hells, Jakari's disappeared into, presumably, the eternal pits of hells. There are fiends everywhere. Who's to say whatever did what it did to Jakarius did not, in doing so, create a tunnel straight through breaking that?
He like goes back to the first book and he's like flipping through a few things. So, the Aegis of Eternity was crafted by the gods, by the original pantheon. And it is what kept the most powerful fiends trapped in the hells and the most powerful gods barred from the material plane. I wonder if the change in pantheons has created some sort of loophole.
Right
Yeah,
now, all we can do
another-
is theorize.
I wouldn't be surprised of another issue arriving from that damn power crazed lunatic fucking with the gods.
Who?
Jakarius, the Jackal, everyone in that damn town.
What jackal?
The Jackal. The god?
And sorry, where I'm from, we heard about pantheon changes, but we weren't updated as to who and what and when.
The Jackal is the one who was by the king's side frequently. He was the one that gave the king all of these missions and sent him off to change the pantheons.
Okay.
I think more accurately, the king stood next to the jackal, but I digress. This says that the only way the Aegis could be broken is by performing a ritual called... Well, that's just silly. The Eclipse Unbound. And it says that the only way that you would be able to even enact this would be if someone from both sides of the line broke the contract. He like walks over, goes to a desk, opens up a drawer, pulls out this long pipe, and he just starts puffing on it.
Mel's just gonna go start making coffee because clearly we're gonna be here a while.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is if this jackal did not do what he did, then this wouldn't be happening.
I mean, this is all just conspiracy at this point. We don't have any proof to the pudding. It is all of us just tossing theories in a bowl.
Okay, is this jackal person a theory?
No.
No, he's a
Okay.
curse.
Okay.
Nell
Well,
shoots a glare at Desmond.
This aegis of eternities, centuries of year old, no falter of any kind in history, then now all of a sudden it may be.
So, that may not be necessarily true. Uh, a lifetime ago, it seems, we had an incident where a demon lord came to the material plane. Granted, for that to happen, there had to have been some process behind the scenes, some ritual to allow Orcus to escape his cell, but technically we had a demon lord who would have broken their side of the agreement.
So it all just comes down to which god came down that shouldn't have.
and I'm guessing everyone who has the answers or any records of what happened is all in the place that has sunk into the hells.
I'll give you one better. Most of the things that I'm talking about right now, they're not in any of the books. You see, one thing that the Archlich is not known for is his historical accuracies. And these are all just accounts that he wrote, his memoirs. Now, granted, I have found many of the things that he writes to be degrees of truth. Otherwise, I wouldn't even bother bringing this up to you, but I never heard of any of this in any of the history books. There's a distinct possibility that the entirety of the written history of this lies before you here.
There's also the possibilities that it is all just a work of fiction.
Well, some of the most fantastical stories told by bards and storytellers is founded in some form of nonfiction,
Exactly.
even if they expand upon it and exaggerate.
Exactly. And I myself have verified many of the counts that he recalls to be true. I have you know that I am probably Aragus's largest collector of the writings of the Archlich. Not to toot my own pipe or anything here.
Nell's just gonna place a cup of tea beside Quill Eyes and walk off with her coffee. Just kind of gesture to it for everyone else if they wanted some.
Okay, well, you have a ton of books to look through. What can we do while you're doing that to kind of come at this at multiple angles? Because I'm assuming that whatever they're planning, we are now marked with a time limit on our face.
They claim that those who were the thralls were willing. Perhaps they think we all have a line of thinking or similar end goal in mind that they'd be able to use to lure us into working.
I unfortunately don't have an answer for you on that one. I'm hoping that one of these will give me some more details, but I wanted to bring it to your attention that at least someone has heard of a creature similar to what you described to me. Is it a 100,000-year-old human that writes fantastical stories? Sure. But It's the closest that we've found to some sort of a lead. So hopefully there's more buried in here to go off of.
Okay, well, we need someone alive that we can speak to.
We also need to start warning the people of a potential great fiend out here. We're all about protecting the peace and fighting off these sort of things. Sure, this is out of our control at this point. This is not somebody that we can handle on our own.
I
But
mean,
people should at least know.
what would the warning sound like? We are the people that they look to protect them from things that they don't understand or fear. And then we say, oh, an unknown creature is out there and good luck. That will just cause more panic.
They will slaughter us all in a second. There is nothing you can do about it. It's the closest warning I can come up with.
Yeah, that would definitely cool people's heads.
Alright, this isn't a card that I wanted to play, but we do have decent alliances with all the major factions. We have supporters in all the major cities. If we want to try to increase support, we could try to reach out to the major factions, let them know what happened to the rest of the guild. I don't know the response, though I do feel maybe against Desmond's feelings here, but the paladins from the loyalists of Dracarius may be our best allies. We could try talking to the Church of Durian, but I know that a lot of people have strong feelings about that as well.
I'm fine with the paladins. They hunkered down. They protected the people of Sea Bluff. They are gathering and actively protecting. It's their fucking leader.
Well, their leader as of right now is Paladin Zahn, so he could be a very helpful ally in this. And I think, at least right now, if these books are correct, the Buried Royal should have burned out by now. I can't foresee this creature surviving a full week, burning as hot as it was.
That fire, the black and white fire that surrounded it, was that its power burning the area around it?
That's what I can
Is
gather.
radiating energy.
It burns so intently that it is altering the actual world around it. This is a creature that's not meant to be here. But the only good that I can say with this is, at least for now, it's a threat that shouldn't have a lot of longevity. But recalling what I seen in the town when I picked you all up, it looked like a ritual had been performed. I'm guessing that they must have sacrificed every person in that town, and one unlucky soul was force-fed their souls to be the host. If I had to guess, that was a trial.
It seems like a pretty damn successful trial.
It depends on what the end goal is. If they're trying to create a host strong enough to not burn out, then we can expect more instances of this. So what we need to figure out is who is being targeted and why, and maybe we can prevent it. We all agree that defending ourselves against this creature is not an option. But preventing it may be.
Quill-wise, are there any other recent or semi-recent reports of villages on Amethil being burnt down in an instant with no real explanation?
No.
So
For the
this-
most part, the only type of occultic or fiendish even activity has been around the old site of Dracarius, but we're talking whelps and imps. We're not talking Belrogs or demon lords. And also, I wouldn't recommend going in that area anyways.
These shells, how long have they been sold to last?
I don't know. This passage here says that the ones that the Archlich came across only lasted a matter of hours.
I can only imagine how much damage it would do in a couple of hours, given that it was under a second for what it did to us.
Well, I mean, however many souls it can feed into that shell before it breaks, that power combined.
And are we even sure that was a shell? How else would they have been able to mark us like this?
I don't know. That's the piece that's still bugging me the most right now. Is if the Abyss Kissed are willing, and you are all very obviously not willing, how are you Abyss Kissed?
We're not willing yet.
Yeah, that's my fear.
We also don't know what the end goal of this individual is. To know if we are willing for whatever their goal is. As of right now, presumably, absolutely not. But who's to say we technically can't be Abyss Kissed because we'd have a similar goal in mind in that aspect?
Well, I will continue looking through this. I would suggest you all either travel to Sea Bluff, try to see if you can get information or get support from them, or to Durian.
Do we have any magical forms of communication?
Some way to keep in contact with you.
Or some way to notify others faster?
And are there any mounts left?
We still have mounts. The city has been gracious enough to be able to make sure that we keep our stable stocked, so that's not an issue. As far as magical ways of communicating, I could go ruffling through the pitiful stockpile that we call an armory and see if there's anything there, but you know, he wasn't really big on showboating or stockpiling on any of that. So,
Of course not. How did you know exactly where we were, though? Like, how was that just your usual scrying?
I knew that you all had 3 missions that you were going to. So I went to the first one and they seen you. And then as I was traveling to Elm Hollows, I found you on the path. That could also be another option, would be returning to Elm Hollows and seeing if you can find any clues there that may lead you into what the markings of this ritual may be. I'm not a betting man, but I would assume you would not have to worry about running into the creature twice in the same area.
I sure hope not. But I'm down to go back because I want to see what this ritual location looks like.
Any form of clues as to how we got where we are. But
I want to emphasize the priority of, if we are allied with each of the major factions, to give them a fair warning each.
oh, of course.
Each one that we warn offers that much more assistance in the research.
And if you would like, if you plan on making your way to Elm Hollows, I could always pay a courier to deliver messages to the faction leads. If nothing else, it may at least give them some warning of your arrival.
I don't see us making it all the way up to
The Great North, yeah.
Numpton to speak with Morgan, the Mad. But if we can get a
Not
courier up
anytime.
there, say again?
Not anytime soon, at least.
No, not anytime soon. But if we can get a courier up there,
For at least fair warning.
yes. Otherwise, it's a bit of a trek, but we can make our way to Seabluff, Sandscale, and Durian if we have to.
If I may be able to pull strings and talk Paladins on into allowing you to use the teleporter from Seabluff, that could take you to Durian and Numpton.
That would be much easier in that aspect.
But unfortunately, the sand scale portal was never finished before.
Everything.
Yeah.
All things considered, honestly, Sandscale is one of the closest. Better it be Sandscale than Numpton that we couldn't get to by teleporter.
Yeah, you
Very
say
true.
that until you have to travel across the sands.
Yes, I get that. But you can see where I'm coming from. Walk all the way across this continent. Or just deal with, what is it, a week of travel? through hell, damn near.
That sums it.
Should we omit discussing with them the abyss kiss at the moment? I don't know if that would put a target on our backs.
I don't think it'd be beneficial.
Don't think it would be beneficial to tell them or to omit it.
To tell them.
Okay.
I would have to agree.
As
Especially the adventurers.
Oh, they'd take it to killing us for sport.
It's possible.
So are we all in agreement that we head north, Sea Bluff, first stop, see if we can use the teleporters there? On the way, we may stop at Elm Hollows.
I think it's wise to start by M Hollows first to see if we can gather any additional information before continuing to do reporting on everything.
If you make your way through Elm Hollows, you could potentially find a ship there to sail across the lake to Sea Bluff. And if there's none there, about a day's travel north, there's a small village. It's a fishing village that I'm sure you could talk them into sailing you across.
should we tell others besides the leaders? Like, say, that fishing village.
It might just instill panic.
I would probably tell as few people as needed.
Let the leaders worry about passing out information to their people.
Just wanted to make sure I wasn't misguided in my thoughts in thinking that.
Roderick, do you have any input?
Just that we'll have to be quite careful in who we choose as the leader to share this with, as they're going to see this as a form of edge in their favor. Any sort of information they can have other the other factions. So if we make our choice, we have to be very calculated. Unless any of you have personally met any of these leaders.
What does everyone think about informing Durian probably last?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, I hate to leave my mother unprotected, unspoken to, but the greater good, it makes more sense to tell the rest as they're more extreme in Durian. Perhaps we could get a courier, at least to my mother, Quillwise. Just
Do we have the accommodations to house them here in Trudid? At least that way, Quillwise is nearby to...
I mean, that would be all up to her if she wanted to leave the city, but we could leave it as an option. But I'm not sure how she'd get here on that 4 days journey alone, potentially. With all that's going on in the nation, it's a little unsettling a thought. She's never really had any combat training, so...
If we make Durian our last locale we visit, maybe that'll give them enough time to get everything in order. Then we can personally escort them back.
Yes, that would be nice to be able to take my mother here. If that's okay with you, Quillwise, of course.
Of course, I would never deny someone from protecting their family. In fact, I know that that's some of our main goal for being here.
Projecting all of the people, really, but
If we don't look out for each other, who will?
Anyone else have any concerns before we agree upon all this?
No, not for me.
we'll just have to
Nothing.
gather supplies for quite the lengthy journey.
A long journey.
While you get things together, I will go search through the armory and see if there's anything that I can provide that will help. I will make the accommodations to notify your mother, and if she does want to come here, we can pay to have her caravan here.
All right.
I would say that if you are all traveling to Durian to take the route south of Barrel's Hope, I know you all have been told time and time again,
To avoid the crawl.
and that is for good reason. It's not just for the fiends. There's a much more nefarious creature that prowls that area that is of this world. And it's just best if you don't go that way. Take the southern roads, not the northern.
Understood.
What are you not telling us?
The details are not really all that important, but there's a lone denizen from the old city of Dracarius that still roams that area, and many of people have died trying to go there. But we've sent people to attempt to stop him in the past, and it's not worked in our favor. The adventurers, they've lost a good amount of people, to the point that not even Morgan the Mad has decided to make her way down to challenge.
What exactly is it?
An old paladin of Dracarius?
Doesn't sound right.
Any person that was from there that's still alive could give us some form of answers as to what's going on, what we can do, even if it's risky, but
I don't think we are fit for if they don't want us there at the moment.
No,
We're
not
not
yet.
exactly well experienced, but
Until we have better means of gathering information and scouting, I agree with Quillwise that we steer clear of Carrion. But although I don't agree with what the King and Jackal have done, they're paladins, their people weren't bad. This, like Nell said, doesn't sound right.
Well, I would say that the creature, the person, they're not inherently bad, but their idea of protecting the land of Dracarius is a bit extreme.
Clearly.
We have a map of targets that are of high value, that are of incredible power. If we get to a point where we can resume business as usual here with the Order, I'll be happy to share the details with you. Taking down these targets would be a great benefit to Amethil as a whole, and it would make our names be sung from tavern to tavern, but I don't think that fighting for glory is going to help us. And I could be wrong, but I don't see how speaking to some deranged paladin could be helpful right now.
If we want more information, maybe Paladin Zan knows a little more.
Sea Bluff is already the destination of choice right now, so there's not much else to discuss about first locations at the very least.
Right. We have our primary task.
So you all
We do.
gather what you need. Obviously, the people of Trudid will be more than happy to help get you supplied with whatever you might need. Come see me before you leave, and if there's any small trinkets I can provide, I'll be happy to do so.
If the guild has any spare tools that they're willing to spare, I can take them along with us.
We are the guild now.
If there's anything I find, I mean, it's better that you all use it than it to go to waste. I don't think that any of the members would want something that they have that could be useful to the people as a whole to go unused.
Should we be attempting to recruit and telling people to come to work on things? After all, one of the last things we did do in Bibin was to tell them if they wanted to be trained to fight to come here, and now they won't have anyone to train them if they did decide to make that trek.
I think it's worth consideration, but I'm not fit to train anyone. And I don't assume we can spare the manpower.
No.
We just need to keep information close to us right now. Anybody who shows up, we just tell them
The
that
Order is out on mission.
correct.
They don't
They
need to
don't need
know
to
how
know
much we
anything
slept.
else. Right. And we'll just leave it at that.
All right, well, come see me before you leave, and whatever I can scrounge up, you can take with you.
Please take a moment to eat something, drink, and have a rest before scurrying off to do more. You've already done so much for us, Quillwise.
I had tea.
Oh
It's
boy,
not
leaf
food.
water! I think you and I both know that the splash of milk you take in there is not enough protein to keep your brain fueled.
It will do for now. I'll rest once We have answers.
Okay. I suppose with that, Nell would get up and start preparing to leave. Gonna head to the. Was it a general store or just? I know he wasn't purely a blacksmith, but
Yeah, he was just kind of a jack of all trade.
yeah,
Jack
I
of
want
all
to
tradesmen.
see
What's his name? What's his name?
Broderick.
Adam? No, stop it.
I want to go see if Broderick has a shield that Nell can bear.
Like I said, he's not just conveniently bold and in red text on my notes. Bright red text.
And the funny thing is, I named this NPC before I knew what John's character name was.
I'm still convinced it's just a buffer version of John's character.
It's
We've
John's
got
character
Broderick.
with
We
just a
got
big
Broderick.
See, it looks exactly like John's character, but it just has a mustache.
The curly Q mustache.
Yep.
Yes. For evil and nefarious purposes. Mm.
Yeah. So, you said you're looking for like a shield.
Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, depending on what you're looking for, is there any certain style or anything?
If there could be one with the brand of the Eclipsean Order on it, that would be the one that they would select as their own.
In that case, probably something that Quillwise will be able to scrounge up then.
Oh, okay.
Because Broderick doesn't actually have an affiliation with the Order.
All right. I
He's
just wasn't
just
sure
like-
if maybe he was already commissioning something for us.
I mean, we could go that route if you wanted to. But yeah, I mean, that's something that Quillwise
That Quillwise would have?
Yeah.
All right, then it would just be more of things like rations and ropes and all that nonsense that you need on a extremely long journey.
All right. What's everybody else doing right now?
I'll go to the general store as well. Any nice daggers?
I mean, yeah, there's some fine quality steel daggers there.
I'm gonna pick up a dagger.
Sure. That'll be 2 gold pieces.
Are you doing it, or do I gotta do it?
You would subtract it, yeah.
Okay.
And then-
Whatever happened to the gold that I bet? Is it just gone?
Did you subtract it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think the people that you bet are here to pay up right now.
I mean, I lost the bet, but what I meant was like the gold. Is it
Was it put into a pool,
actually-
or was it just on our
in a
name?
pool, or did you just, like say it was happening?
Yeah, I mean, I assume that you'd actually like throw the money into it, and then like you would pay up the dividends at the end. So whoever had that money, yeah, there's probably a nice big gold sheet on the
Sploosh.
ground somewhere.
You'll pick that up when we get there.
Exactly, if it's left.
Yeah, if it's still there up on that path to Elmwood, I'll just take it and maybe have that like molded and commissioned into the emblem and just carry that on me in remembrance of our fallen comrades.
That could be kind of dope, actually.
Yeah, that would be cool. And I wouldn't say we bring it with us. I'd say we just hang it in the guild hall. Just have it there.
Yeah.
Or put it into the crypt with them. But I say if it's something we want to remember them by, they put it in the guild hall.
I like the idea of having it commissioned into like something or crafting it yourself into something.
I'll.
It's almost like we have a crafty guy with us.
Hmm.
Does a lot of building and technology stuff.
Well,
Might
someone
have
that's.
skills in artisan tools. Or maybe a beginner's blacksmith.
Yeah, we ain't got none of that. That'd be nice.
No, not at all.
Too bad all Nella knows how to do is punch stuff and also talk their way out of it.
They will punch you emotionally and physically.
Yeah.
Or punch you and then talk you into not punching them back.
Listen, you don't really want to hit me, right? Emotional damage.
What's Roderick doing right now?
He's just getting packed up and waiting because he broke.
Well, the town is more than likely offering us stuff, so we're really just gathering supplies. It's just specific things like, a new dagger might cost money. Oh, now I want popcorn. I can hear it.
Friends out there. I have a mini fridge for these. I don't gotta go anywhere.
I could just hear the popcorn making at John's, and I was like,
You ain't hear nothing.
I too have a microwave and a microwavable popcorn. I'm gonna go do that. Bye.
Oh.
We lost half our cast.
Right? I mean, I disappeared for a second, but it's just over there. I love my sister.
Hi, Noel.
What'd she do?
She just gifted me Pal World.
Yeah. On Steam, hopefully.
Yes.
They're bringing crossplay soon.
Oh my
Are they?
god, all my
Yep.
names.
I know that they were saying like the main issue they were having with it is the fact
Capacity.
that like Steam allows developers to put updates whenever they want,
Mhm.
whereas Microsoft, they have to send it to Microsoft to be approved before it can go through. So essentially what they would have to do is they're just going to have to basically lag their updates to Steam based on when Microsoft approves them.
What are you doing? Chloe?
I did a lot of updating today.
What did?
My Steam did a lot of updating of games. Any luck with Fantasy Grounds?
Absolutely none. I'm done messing with it. This will be a good day for Fancy Grounds College to not come in chat because I will have some fucking words.
So for the record, they're not actually affiliated with Fantasy Grounds. They just volunteer to do the shit. No, seriously. Like they're just a group of like nerds who enjoy Fantasy Ground and help others learn how to do it. It'd actually be a good day for them to come in because they might have seen someone who knows how to do it and could help out.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
He does not sound upset at all about that.
I'll try to help him out. Apparently,
Mm-hmm.
he don't want that. I just hear Raina tip tapping. John, in Fantasy Grounds, did you type in my name and just click connect?
When it doesn't want to connect to any server whatsoever, that does not matter.
Ooh. Grog just played the Apothecary 4 card. So they just added a random, very rare potion to an inventory that you all can claim at the end of the next encounter. And I reckon that the scenario that we're in right now is the perfect time to have something added to the inventory. So, give me 1 second to pull up my table so I can get a random potion.
A very rare potion.
Very rare potion, yeah.
Extravagant.
I wanna.
Find an animal companion. I
What
really need
if
to
I
update these
make-
quests to be more meaningful. I need
Gathering our steeds.
everybody to give me a D20. Can you get a D20 handy? Like a physical one?
You do. Oh, I did great.
Oh, I almost had that 20.
Keep that thing on me. Oh, whopping 4.
Lowest.
Sin, give me a D10. The fuck is
I
that?
can share if you need.
No, I'm good. I've only got a few full bags
This is just
within arm's reach.
exactly.
I've never personally
We're
heard
fine.
of this.
Thanks,
I've
goblins.
heard of this potion, and I don't know how it's going to be useful,
Oh,
but
no.
I will leave that to you all to decide.
Go get it, Rena.
But
Here's all
it
my
is a
dice.
potion of longevity.
Like, to increase one's lifespan?
Yeah. So, when you drink a potion of longevity, it reduces your physical age by 1d6 plus 6 years to a minimum of 13 years.
So eventually that's how we bring Roderick back into, like, fighting shape, because he's a human and not gonna last long.
Oh, so you can bring yourself down
Fucking
to a
rude.
minimum of 13 years old. Each time you subsequently drink a potion of longevity, there's a 10% cumulative chance that you instead age by 1d6 plus 6 years.
Well,
Roger just turns to dust.
So, the first one, you're good. The second one, now we start playing a game of chance. Alright,
Of
so
course.
you all gather your supplies, get everything back together. When you get back to the order, Quillwise has a few things put together. So he gives
I guess
you.
now would request a shield from him at this point.
He has this small bag that he puts down, and he said, "There's some basic necessities in here, a few healing potions, and a few other things that I could scrounge up." He pulls out this old flask with like the glass is almost stained gray on it at this point, and there's like this like thick brown liquid that's inside of it, and he's like, "I'm not really sure what this one is, but maybe you'll find some use for it."
Oh boy.
Desmond just
doesn't want
puts
to
out his
drink
hands
that?
and takes that one.
You gonna take
Yeah,
it?
I was like-
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I think that's a good place for that to go.
I'll figure it out.
And then he goes, and I went through some of the things that our fallen family had left, and I want you all to have these. So he walks up to Roderick, and uh, he has these old like stones that look like they were like hand carved. And he's like, these were in the Whisperwind family for a long time. And when Lyria joined us, we became her family. And I think that you may find some use for this. And he hands you the stones, and he's like, these are sending stones. So it's a two-way communication. It can reach
Quite
anywhere on
useful.
Amethil. Once per day. If you want, I could keep one here and we could communicate. Or if you want to keep them with the group so you don't get separated. However you want to do it.
I think that's a solution to a issue we had earlier. So you keep one with you here.
And as you look on it, you notice that both the stones are like they're carved in like totems of like animal shapes. And the one that you have is in the shape of a wolf, and the one that you gave back to Quillwise is in the shape of an owl. And then he walks over to Thrain, and he's like, Ezra always got a kick out of this. And though it may seem like a novelty, it has gotten us out of situations. And he reaches in this charcoal covered like crushed velvet bag, and he pulls out this flask, and inside the flask you see there's just a swirl of smoke. And he's like, this is a bottle of ever smoking, and when you uncork it, the smoke that's inside here will begin to fill up a radius around you. It is a finite resource, so once you leave it open for too long, all the smoke will escape out of it. But
Understood.
it's a thick cloud of smoke that can provide cover, it can provide distraction, whatever you may need.
Say I put the cork back on. Does it regenerate itself?
It does not. It is a finite
Okay.
resource.
Okay. I'll take it.
Quillwise walks over to Nell, and he has the shield in his hand that looks very similar to the one that Ilarion was using, but you could see that it's tailored smaller to like your size compared to him, and he's like, this was something that Ilarion was having made for you that he was going to present to you shortly. He didn't get a chance to, but I'm happy to award this to you. This was something special that was put together because of your desire to protect others. We had this shield blessed with the ability of being able to protect your family against threats near and far. And he hands you the shield, and it's a mostly wooden shield with like metal, like a metal rim to it, and then there's like the metal symbol of the order in the dead center of it. And finally, Desmond, he walks over to you and he says, I respect the group that brought you here, and I know where your head lies in regards to studying. So I want you to have this jug that I've been keeping around. I haven't been able to use it as much as I would like to, but I think that you may find more use for it. And he hands you this like a half-gallon jug, and it's in the shape of almost like a light bulb, and it's got like the bulbous top and like a smaller bottom, and it's got just a small little cork to the top of it, and the bottle itself is adorned with like metal trinkets, and it has like a leather sash that it's in. And when you tip it upside down and look at it, you see that the liquids inside of it are like iridescent. They almost seem to change colors as you swish everything around. Metagame for everybody here. Thrain, you were giving a bottle, an ever-smoking bottle. It has the ability to produce up to 120-foot radius of smoke before the bottle runs dry. Essentially, you determine how much smoke comes out when you use it, and then subtract that amount from 120. So if you only want it to be a 5-foot radius and just conceal yourself, subtract 5 from it. If you want it to be a 30-foot radius, you would subtract 30 from it. It can only do 60 at a time. But it could do a max of, so you could do 2 uses of max coverage if you wanted to. Roderick, sending stones, is pretty much in there. You can communicate with anybody at any range. You could be anywhere in Aragus and you will be able to communicate with them as long as you're on the same plane. Nell, you have an arrow catching shield. If someone within 5 feet of you is being targeted with a ranged attack, you can use your reaction to take the target. And Sin, you were given an alchemy jug. The alchemy jug, basically, once a day, you can pour up to 2 gallons of any liquid that you want out of it. And there's like some particularities they have to it. So like you could do up to 8 ounces of acid, a half ounce of basic potion, 4
8 gallons
of beer,
of water,
Yeah.
fresh, 12.
Give me apple
Well,
juice.
2 gallons of mayonnaise.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Oh god.
We got a lot of sandwiches to make.
I feel like that's gonna make so much fun.
2 gallons of mayonnaise poured out over somebody.
Talk.
All right. Jesus Christ.
And
Make sure you rinse it out before you put water in it, please.
Nah. Take it as is.
Chunky water fills you up.
Right, you ask for beer afterwards, and then all of a sudden you get fucking chunks of mayonnaise in your beer. Like, oh, why?
No.
Why are you like this?
Why are you like this?
All right, everybody should have gotten their items.
Mhm.
And you each got a potion of healing that was part of that. In addition to, let me make a note of this real quick. You were also given 12 basic crafting components.
Each? Or is it a
Oh.
party? Okay.
I gotta build that into Fantasy Ground still, so that's why I didn't give it to you. But I have it in my notes, so god damn it, it's real.
Sure thing. Thank you, Coolwise. I'm honored that you guys wanted to make me something like this.
It's a small trinket, but
I'm glad I got to be part of the family.
as are we. And so you all don't feel left out with this, we plan on hand tailoring items to each of your different strengths. We just didn't get around to it yet, so hopefully these trinkets will help. And if there's anything else that I find that may be of use, I will set it aside for when you all return.
Thank you.
Well, shall we get going?
I suppose so.
Yeah.
Off to Elmwood.
Desmond's gonna go and like reach out and grab Quillwise by like the arm and hold his gaze for a few seconds.
Your grip just
Can we-
swallows his whole arm.
Can he even technically tell that you're trying to hold his gaze with your mask?
The eye holes are pointing in his eyes, yeah.
Right. He's staring back at his own eyes in the reflection.
Yes.
He's like, ooh. Hello there.
Are you flirting
Handsome
with
little
me?
gnome.
Can I get my gnome bacon now?
Oh god.
How am I supposed to get my nutrients?
He didn't even want to walk.
No.
That was so good.
Oh god. I've watched that way too many times. I really love it. Ugh.
All right, so what's the game plan?
I think we're just heading straight to Elm Hollows. We gotta pass by that fucking that one town that we helped first, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh,
I
I'll
thought
take
by
a
the
long way around that.
Yeah.
I said,
just walking past is fine. They don't have to know.
The same group's gonna be there, like, not so tough now, are you, motherfuckers?
Oh, we're only level 1!
Coming for retribution.
We said we'll make you regret it. Hey, Nell, make them regret it.
Wait!
Yeah, so
Oh, before we leave, is there any like cooking supplies that I can take? If not, then I'll just buy some.
high or
I
low?
mean,
Slow. The lowest.
You can have wherever you want.
I mean, it's not like they're gonna cook for 12 anymore.
Right?
Damn.
Hey.
It's just coming out of the kitchen. You ain't gonna need these.
are you sure you're not trying to make yourself fry there?
Anything
Shut
else you
up.
wanted?
No, that's all.
That smug look off
Those
your
are the
face
main
at him.
After getting the alchemy jug, I think he's good on everything else now.
I'll also throw in a mess kit for you. Seems how you went as low as you can go. You couldn't have. You know, maybe we should do something like that. Now, maybe when I call high or low, maybe you give me a number. And if you hit that number, we could go more in depth with it.
So like,
1 to 20, and if we're within 5, we're good. But if it's the exact number, extra bingo points.
I like that.
mhm.
I can fuck with that. Okay, so if you guys are traveling to Elm Hollows, it's about a 4-day journey. If you guys are doing a fast march, basically pushing your horses to the limit, you could technically do it in 2 days, I believe.
That sounds like a terrible decision.
Does
It does.
anyone's background increase March? Mine does not.
Increase what?
It's like you can travel
No.
max speed without any penalties for a certain amount of time.
All my stuff's just about being a paladin and being great.
All my stuff's
My
about
background is
praying.
I am awesome.
No. What I
like a
meant
true
was it's
paladin.
all just like paladin. You get respect for being paladin bullshit. People respect you because Drakari is paladin, yes. Like, okay.
Cool.
So the way a force march works, if you want to push it, so every square, as long as you're on a road, every square of the world, I probably should share the world map with everybody too, huh?
I just pulled it up.
Amethil 2024, I already got it up.
Okay.
Mhm.
Well, for the sake of chat here, pull this up. So we are currently intruded here, and need to go to Elm Hollow. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4-day journey if you follow the path. That's on horseback. It'd be twice as long if you were on foot. For a forced march, you can essentially roll a DC 10 plus however many additional hours you want to travel. So a normal travel is 8 hours straight travel, no rest. That's what they consider it. So if you wanted to go 16 hours, no rest, you could, but you would have to roll a DC 10 plus however many hours beyond 8 you want to go. So in that case, it'd be a DC 10 plus 8. So you'd have to roll an 18 Constitution, or you suffer 1 level of exhaustion.
I don't think,
So-
I think we're
anyone's
necessarily in a rush.
I don't think anyone's that much in a rush at the moment.
No.
I was gonna say, so if you wanted to do like 2 extra hours per day, you could be able to knock a day off of it. But you would be rolling each day a DC 12 Constitution save.
There's too much risk.
Too much risk.
Too
For a
much risk
simple
for too
journey.
low.
We're level 1.
Don't make him spit out his rice.
And what, on a natural
He's trying to kill
one,
us.
we get doubled? No.
It doesn't say that. I mean, it sounds fair. It just doesn't say that. I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. This shouldn't have said anything, should I?
I mean, yeah, that's usually the rule with Cliff. Don't say it.
Yeah. Unless it helps us.
Listen, I just love you guys so much. I'm happy to oblige when you suggest creative things.
Crit fail on a constitution? Did you know your character has asthma?
Poor Sin.
They can't
Oh,
swim.
better.
You ready to go to Sea Bluff? Try not to die.
I rolled a crit hard so hard. crit fail so hard one time that it just carried over to all my characters.
It's true.
And never again could Zin get to swim.
Also, another thing I forgot to do is I awarded you inspiration, Adam, for your recap. And John, if you don't use your inspiration on this one, you're gonna lose it.
Cool.
Use it or lose it, bitch.
Yeah, you're supposed to use it or lose it every session, but I didn't say that, so I'm gonna carry it over to this session for you.
Plus, most of last session was just story beat.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So you all are traveling from Trudid to Elm Hollow. Do you want to avoid Biden?
No, I think it's fine.
Okay, so you're just
anyone
gonna cut
has
through. Are you gonna
anything.
stop there, or are you gonna just keep going?
No.
No,
Okay.
Let's do that.
unless
Smile and wave.
Yeah, unless
Yeah,
we
we'll
are
do-
hailed over,
yes,
we are just going to continue on.
yes, unless we are specifically hailed.
Okay. So 4 days worth of travel to get there, which means you guys have 3 nights of camp. Is there anything that you all would like to do during this time of travel? Like downtime activities at camp, anything like that?
Nothing specific.
Just every night at camp. I'm gonna be sitting with Roderick, watching him do his weapon maintenance and stuff, and just pointless banner about it while we do it.
Threaten him with the mayonnaise if he fucks up.
Dip it in the mayonnaise, now clean it.
It's in all the mechanisms.
I'm curious if that would actually work for a polish.
Probably not.
I mean, it's a lot of oil.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like,
It'd be pretty fucking gross, but probably.
yeah, you'd probably keep it from rusting. It might smell like fucking
Eggs.
curdled milk, but
Well,
Bad boys get shot with the mayonnaise gun.
Hey, what? You're an artificer. You can figure out a way to rig that up so it's actually like a fucking super soaker.
no.
Dodge these thick ropes.
he's like, Roderick, hit him with the special gun.
Oh.
Just fucking mayo.
I'm allergic to eggs.
Good.
Right? Does he have any weaknesses? Nobody has a mild allergy. Shit.
Ah, shit. Okay.
Why
So,
did it specifically say that you can make 2 gallons of mayo?
I don't know why that one is called out specifically. They don't want you abusing it.
Only 2.
The ones that they call out are specifically so you don't abuse that substance.
Okay, well, let me just pour out 8 gallons of peanut butter then.
Acid, poison, oil, water,
Mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise.
because you know when they were testing it, that one guy was like, "I want to make 10 gallons of mayonnaise," and they were like,
Whoa,
"Most
buddy.
you could do is 2."
Like, Steve, buddy, we told you about this.
I'm gonna have abs by the end of this fucking session about the goddamn mayo bucket.
Ruining the economy with all this mayonnaise. Go around selling all this.
During your 4-day travel, does anyone want to share a story or a song for inspiration?
You know, Dracarius disappeared like 4 days before I was supposed to head over there to join the Paladin School. was kind of my life's dream ripped away from me. It was very frustrating and traumatic for everyone, of course. But after a while, I was able to convince a local paladin to give me some training before he shipped me off to the Eclipsean Order. But honestly, it was mostly just like 4 years of physical training and moral guidance. I didn't expect that to be part of the training, but it was. Apparently, he was close with Ilarion. And that's how I got into the Eclipsean Order.
Did he introduce you to him specifically, or was it more of a, hey, you should check this person out?
It was he wrote to him asking if he would be okay with me coming to join the order and learning under him from that point forth. And Ilarion immediately was very enthusiastic about welcoming me on board and showing me the ropes. I just wish I could have learned more from him.
Yeah.
I think him and everyone in the order can agree that you helped tremendously and made your mark here.
Thank
That's
you.
why you're holding that shield down.
Thank you. God damn it. My brain just went. You could polish the shield with the mayonnaise.
Oh,
While we're sitting around having this story, just
No.
So how does Desmond eat? Does he like lift the mask
Okay.
slightly? Just
no. So in the middle of the mask, there's 2 latches that he can clip, and it'll show like from here down his mouth.
okay.
But like from his body, from where you see up to like right here, is a black skin suit that he like literally has to pull down in order to get to his mouth. So he
What do
unclips
we
part
see
of the
when
mask.
he does that? Like, does he have any facial hair or anything? Is he just like pale light from hiding his entire being from the sun?
No, pretty much, yeah. No facial hair, very pale. That's all you can really make out.
Just mayo dripping off his chin.
We know he's white as the mayo he neighs. So sorry.
Regret this item already.
Oh,
Didn't take long.
I can make beer or wine if we want to blow out some steam at night.
Yeah, I can imagine at least one of the evenings we have a few drinks to just try to like talk it all out and vent about
Probably.
everything. Because
Probably our first
we saw
camping.
some shit.
Mhm.
We died.
Yeah, we died. Yeah, that I can say I don't want to die again. It was not fun.
Like
It
the
hurt.
first time.
You know, I woke up and my face was hot and it was as if nothing had passed time-wise, so I was like still in that moment of he's dying in front of me and there's nothing I can do. It was pretty fucking awful.
Mm-hmm.
0 to 10, don't recommend.
No, not at all. I hope to assist in preventing that, though. Everyone has their time. And my hope is to... Some people need to go at their time, but other people try to make their time early. So I'm going to try to prevent that as much as possible.
We appreciate your defenses.
Whatever it takes is, as long as the end result is peace in the land, finally.
That's the dream.
Doriel willing.
That's the goal.
All right. Well, after 4 days of travel, you all make it down that familiar trail that you were riding on when everything happened. As you start getting closer towards Elm Hollows, with the sun setting, to your left, the shadows of the trees long across the road, you start making your way towards the large embankments of rock that are on your left. And as the trail bends a little bit, you start to see off in the distance the trees. You can see the leaves completely burned off the trees in this area. As you start making your way closer, you start to notice the grass completely browned from the flames. And a little bit further now, you come to the site where everything happened. You can see the scorched earth. You can see the husks of the horses that you were riding, almost fossilized from the heat. They're just basically like carbon statuettes of horses plastered to the trail. Now, in the middle of this carnage, this wreckage, you do see this probably 2 foot by maybe like 18 inches small slate of gold that would have been the beddings from that night, that from the heat have just melted down into this sort of jagged shaped discus of gold. The hunk of gold itself is probably valued at around, we'll say 100 gold. So if you were in some sort of tight situation and you needed to sell it,
We could, but
you could sell it for 100 gold.
all right. And you said 2 feet by 18 inches, was it?
Yep.
Okay.
Thick is it? About how thick is it?
It's fairly thin. I mean, like probably like the thickness of a coin itself. Like
Okay.
it was molten gold essentially poured on the ground, so it's just a very thin layer of gold, very regular and bumpy.
Okay.
And now, I just added that to your inventory.
Okay, I was putting it in the notes section of my stuff. That works too.
You can do that. That's fine. .02 times 100 means this thing weighs 2 pounds.
Okay. It's not bad. Could easily use something to, like, I don't know, tie it to shove it somewhere. Don't worry. It's a pretty big item, so I don't know if it can be somehow managed to fit on the back of the shield for now to be carried.
I like that idea. Are you proficient with any tools like smithing tools or anything like that?
I'm sure not, but I'm sure glad I have friends.
Yeah, I'm proficient in smithing tools.
If anybody who's proficient in smithing tools would like to take a stab at being able to affix this gold sheet to like the back of the shield, I would let you do that. Probably just give me like a athletics roll with advantage. If you have smithing tools on you?
No, I don't have tools on me. I'm skilled with them.
Okay. Desmond, do you have smithing tools?
Not on me, no.
Okay.
A shame.
Tools are expensive.
If you
Yeah, they are.
you could try to do it without tools, but you're not going to be able to use your proficiency bonus or the tools. So essentially, you're just rolling a d20.
And what kind of roll is this?
It would be like a smithing athletics roll.
So I'm not allowed to just roll athletics and be like,
No, you can just roll a straight d20 if you guys don't have the tools for it. I will say that for what you're trying to do, because the sizes are pretty similar, it'll be a fairly simple roll. So probably just like a 10 is all you would need to succeed.
all right, here we go.
I'm gonna cast guidance.
Sure. And you don't have to. Never mind. Do what you're gonna do.
No, never mind.
I got it.
You didn't even need it.
What was the guidance? Is that a D4?
D4.
Roll the D4 anyways.
Huzzah.
19. Okay.
Good girl.
Yeah, okay. So I added the metal discus to your inventory. And based on what you did here, you essentially lined the back of your shield with this sheet of gold. You affixed it to it well enough that as long as you have your shield on you, this should be on you too.
All right, wonderful. Makes it easier to carry.
Yeah. With that, you are all on this site of, this event.
Tragedy.
This tragedy, yeah. Did anybody want to look around, investigate in this area here? Or did you all just want to continue forward to Elm Hollows? And again, keep in mind that the sun is setting.
Far does the burning stretch?
You mean like
Outwards.
Right, or, so you can see like there's trees to your right. There's like the start of like a forest to the right, or like a small wood, and all the trees in like the first few layers are just burned leafless. And then you can see maybe 10, 20 feet into the wood is when the trees start to resume having like foliage. So guesstimate probably about anywhere between 60 and 100-foot radius.
Does it look like there's a pathway in which after us dying that being went, or did it just stop?
So you coming down the path that you guys were riding down, like the last leg of this entire area, you could see like from the way that you were coming, it looked like a buildup of this. Like it was like it started off like you could see where the tree started to look singed and then it got worse. Whereas realistically, knowing the way that they were headed, that's the way it burned out.
About how far behind us is that?
Probably about a mile, maybe 2 miles.
Okay.
Do you have proficiency in like navigator tools or anything like that?
I don't think so.
Okay. Give me a insight roll. Yeah, your best guess, 1-2 miles or so back.
Okay. Okay. I'm good to continue.
Yep. Any form of... There'll be a moment to pause and pray at the site, hoping for any peace to come to their spirits.
Okay. Yeah, you take the moment to say your prayers. And you continue the last leg of your journey here, which is about another half mile or so down this path. You come to the site of Elm Hollows. And I say the site of Elm Hollows because you can no longer call this a village. As you all get there, you notice that you can clearly see in the center of what was this village a crater of like impact or crater of explosion. And surrounding that is the remnants of this village. There's almost nothing left. The homes have been reduced to rubble and ash. The large wooden supports are just charred black. The biggest of homes, some of the foundational framing still remains, but for the most part, this entire village has been decimated.
I was saying there was like a ritual site,
Potentially.
potentially. Is that at the center of this crater / explosion? Where it was?
That would be your best guess.
Do I see any remnants of any sort of ritual?
Yeah, I think we should all spread out and investigate the area. See if anything's like pops out to any of us.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything in particular you're all looking for? So Thrain, I know you're looking to see like the site of like a ritual, like any evidence of that. Is there anything anybody else is specifically looking for?
Just investigation of any form of anything being off.
Yeah, give you a little bit more than anything being off.
Okay. Anything that could be identified as a possible source of what started it all. Where they came from to begin with.
Okay, that I can work with.
I guess ritual would be the first point, but then anything that wouldn't look like it's from a destroyed village. So like something that just is out of place.
Okay.
Roderick's just keeping watch while they investigate, since that's not really his thing.
It is not Nell's thing either. But they are sure trying.
So this is the point where I will remind everybody that Nell, Roderick, and Thrain, you each have inspiration. I think what I want to do here is we'll make this a group roll to sort of even out everybody's strengths and weaknesses in this. And what I'll do.
Sure.
What's that?
I was gonna say, sure, and I'll throw my inspiration at it so we can, like, do it at advantage.
Your call.
I-
You could
I-
also
I-
save it
yes.
for whatever happens after this.
There are other fronts with that, and I think I'll be okay without it.
With it being a group roll, though, your inspiration obviously only works towards your roll, not the collective.
Yeah, that's fine, considering my investigation is +0.
So that's what I was just going to say here. So balancing out everybody's strengths and weaknesses. I'm not going to make everybody roll investigation on this. I want you to tell me which of your skills you're going to use and justify how you're using it to accomplish your task. So we'll start with Thrain, since how you started first.
Just by, well, to preface, like, is there something that anything sort of resembling a ritual that I would not have to roll for before this?
Your best guess would probably be that central crater.
Okay. My mind lost what I was gonna use for my reasoning for this. I was gonna look at the center area, try to try and get some reasoning behind why they chose this area of all the areas around. So I was gonna use insight.
Okay, I'm good with that.
And then I'm going to. I'll cast guidance on Roderick right before we start looking.
Sure. Okay. Take that spell point off and go ahead and roll your insight for me.
That's what I like about guidance. It's a cantrip.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I should use that guidance on myself or my
Wow.
inspiration.
Roderick. I assume you're just going to use perception, but I want to give you the option of.
Yeah, perception.
And we'll do the D4. 2. We'll roll perception with a +2.
Oh shit.
21. Not too shabby. No.
So, I was gonna say, given their age and having lived in Amethil their entire life, perhaps they have been to Elm Hollow before. And so I was going to use history to think about the layout of the area to see where this all could have possibly started, given what they knew previously of the layout of the town.
Sure. I can go for that. Make sure you click advantage before you roll.
I think since I don't have to use investigation, I'm comfortable with not using that yet.
Okay.
I should have. Well,
I feel like he did something to these dice after he said, "Remember, you guys have your inspiration for this."
And Desmond, what do you plan on using?
He is going to ritual cast. Wait, does Desmond have that spell? He does. He's going to ritual cast detect magic and look around the area for magic that may match the mark on us or anything in the area that's out of place, not just like the normal weave he gets off from foliage and shit.
Okay.
So Arcana.
Yep.
So 8 across the board.
You guys averaged 11.25, just so you know.
Roderick helped a little bit.
Roderick,
If it
Roderick
weren't for
was-
Roderick,
Roderick, with his 21 perception, watched us fuck everything up.
He's just sitting back there, crossing his arm with his back against the tree, like motherfuckers.
Complete judgment and disappointment in his eyes.
So what I will say, so this is a group roll, so results are based on the collective. But I will say that each individual person's contribution does weigh towards that. So to that point, Roderick, you do see what they're doing.
I see it. I just don't know what the hell it is.
So, Thrain, as you start to look through the impact zone, ground zero, if you will, trying to find any remnants of items or anything other ritualistic, Desmond begins casting detect magic. As he finishes up with this, you start to see this sort of tapestry of energy kind of forming in the area, and you all can see almost like these ghostly shells of the buildings that were once there, as they were hit with such a strong concentration of magic that it almost has imprinted the magic in the shape of the buildings, leaving this sort of ghostly, this almost ghost village that is standing now in the wake as this detect magic has been cast. And Nell, as you see the village almost reshape itself with magic, you start to recall back the layout of this village, and you start to pace around towards the different homes and the different establishments, trying to think of what their piece in this puzzle could be. And Roderick, you see that shit? Oh man, you see it all. No, and then as you're looking around, you notice that as the detect magic, the outer extremities of the radius of this detect magic, you can
So
see
it's
almost. What's
just to clarify, it's just a self spell. Only I can detect it.
that? Oh, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh well, shit. Desmond, you see all this stuff that I just magically described here. And now you're still retracing the paths of the village. And Roderick, you could see the imprints, almost like the scorching of the ground in a trail down the path. You can almost see each one of these riders. You can see the sort of scars they have burned into the trail. Thrain, you looking through here, what you notice is in the impact site, you're finding what appears to be bone. You're seeing shards of bone, and from looking through everything, what it appears is 5 different people's worth of bone based on finding like pieces of skull and whatnot. Um, you get the impression that these people were sacrificed in some way in this site, and based on how the shards of bone are laid out, it almost looks like they were like in a circle around something. Whatever was at the center of this impact, they were surrounding. Based on what Quillwise has described to you, um, you assume that like the center area was the person that became the Baradroil, that shell that was forced with evil spirits. You assume that that's where that was, and that's what the creation of this is, what set this ablaze. Desmond, as I said, you see basically like this ghost shell of the village that once was. You can't see like the backs of buildings, but like the front of the buildings, everywhere that was hit with the initial cacophony of magic that erupted from the center of this, you can see the silhouettes of. And at the very center, basically where Thrain is standing in searching through here, you see like the aura of that orange, almost lava lamp like magic right at the middle of it. Now you can tell from the way that like the scarring in the ground is, and from the way that the destruction is laid out, that the church of this area was the first place that was hit. And as you're looking through like the destruction of it, it appears that a lot of the destruction that happened to the church happened before this eruption. So someone or something did something to the church prior to this whole ritual coming through. And following your detect magic, Desmond, the thing that you notice once you get into like the crater and start looking is there are ribs like from humanoids that have been snapped off, and you can see that there are 5 distinct ribs that have been broken off, and all 5 of them have like handprints on them, like they were forcefully snapped off of the rib cage. And the handprints of the aura that they're giving off is that same like undulating orange magic.
Is Thrain like touching any of this stuff that he's investigating?
Probably touching all of it.
Licking it too.
I'm.
Oh.
I would be digging through. Yeah.
Okay. Is any of that aura like attaching itself to him as he's digging through the center of this place?
No.
Okay. Then Desmond will come up behind him, like tap him on the shoulder and point to each of the ribs that he sees surrounding the area.
Yeah, there's about 5 bodies here. Look to be sacrificed.
The aura that's on all of us is coming off of the center of this place and off of each of these ribs.
Is this within earshot of Nell?
Yeah.
they just kind of turn around and they're like, perhaps we should collect those and send them to Quillwise, so if he wanted to do any form of investigation on them, he could. I mean, maybe not send them right away, as that would just be turning around on our initial journey, but shove them in one of our bags and bring them back for him to look over.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
have
we
no
can do
problem
that.
with it.
Whatever happened here happened after the destruction of the church. Whatever destroyed the church, it's different. It's not what destroyed everything else. It doesn't match pattern wise.
Can you point to where the church used to be?
And she just kind of turns around because she was standing on what would have been like right of where its stoop would have been, and she just went like they just gesture up and down.
What remains of the actual structure of the church, Cliff?
Nothing really.
Nothing? Okay. Do I see the aura of the explosion impacting this, or do I just not see anything?
You don't know. Which is why you had to ask where the church was at. You don't even
Yeah,
see like
okay.
the silhouette of it.
Desmond just walks forward. I can see the vague outline of each of the structures that was hit by the blast, but I don't see anything here. So you are correct in your assessment on that.
This is. I've been here before, so I knew the layout of the village from when it was intact.
Oh, good job. I don't think anyone else could have put that together.
Mm-mm.
All I could do is try.
And Desmond, to fulfill the rest of your detect magic, um, you got a whole buffet of magic here. So the church has very strong remnants of evocation. The central area of where Thrain was at, you detected evocation, necromancy, transmutation.
Um, is there anything else in the church or any kind of magic giving off in this area, like where the church used to be, I guess? Like if I start walking forward to the remains of it?
Um, sure. Give me an investigation roll. And actually, Nell, I think you can give me an investigation roll too.
Sure.
I'll cast guidance. I know.
I did okay.
Nell,
And
give me a
guidance
D4.
gives me that D4.
Okay. Okay. So 16 high. So looking through like the rubble and the so obviously everything is burned in here. That fire that wiped through it took out all of this. Even though your assumption was this church was destroyed prior to that explosion, the explosion still took all of the remains of the church out. But in the midst of the rubble, you do see what appears to be the robes of clergymen. 5 robes to be exact.
Nell is going to go over and pick up the robes and bring them towards the bodies in question to see if they are similar enough in size for one to assume the one who were sacrificed.
So the robes are kind of tattered. You know, they've been destroyed a little bit too. So
Mhm.
it'd be hard to that and the fact that like the bodies are like puzzle pieces at this point.
Okay.
Would I
Why-
recognize what religion the robes are from?
You can give me a religion roll. Drake takes. Thank you for the raid, and you're not going to get banned this time. Promise. You can spam all the emotes. No raid. No raid bans this time. Robin, what's going on? Long time no see. So the best that you can get from this is it looks like this was one of the Omni churches. So there was no singular god that they worshipped here. This is a village where they would have allowed the freedom of worship to any of the deities that people chose.
Okay. Putting two and two together, I would say a silent prayer for the five of them, hoping to reach their souls so they can pass on finally if they haven't.
What do you suppose using members of the clergy would change in the sacrifice?
Boaz was saying that in order to break the aegis of eternity, there had to be someone on each side. My thought being maybe with enough prayer or communication to one of the gods, they might have been able to convince one of them and therefore force the clergyman here. It's just a possibility, but that would be one way to get someone from both sides of the aegis.
I suppose, but I feel like 5 isn't enough. That's just my opinion, of course.
Depending on the types of clergymen, there's souls might have been used to power the thing.
That too.
That's an easy assumption, yeah.
Oh, if we're done looking around, I don't think we should stay in this area for too long.
Of course. And we're not gonna find too much more, so off to Sea Bluff.
Anything out of the ordinary you can spot, Roderick?
All seems quiet.
Any animal noises or anything natural in the area at least? Or is it just dead?
So that is one detail that I will give with the high as you roll. You don't hear any wildlife or anything in this area. This area is when you were sitting there just watching and everybody was sort of just moving around silently investigating, like it got to a point where it was just eerily quiet here. Like you could hear like footsteps of Nell from like across the entire village as their boots hit the gravel in the dirt. It was just eerily quiet.
It's as quiet as it would be if a catastrophe has happened in this in close proximity.
Well, no one else has anything to.
Head towards the water to try to find a boat.
Yeah.
Maybe sleep for the night.
Setting up camp's probably wise, but
away from this area a good
Exactly.
mile or two.
yeah.
I think now is a good time to hit up the old flask for some beer, though. Let me set up camp.
Wine, maybe?
Wine.
Wait. Yeah, I'm okay with either.
Screw it, go straight to the spirits.
Mhm.
In the mayonnaise. I'm not gonna get over it, I'm sorry.
Everyone, pick your poison. Wine, beer, honey, water, mayonnaise.
Bartender, your finest pint of mayo.
What in the Isles of Caucasus?
So for my knowledge on this, how far do you all plan on traveling north beyond Elm Hollows before you decide to set up camp?
I say like 2 miles
Yeah,
minimum.
Yeah, I was gonna say like 2 to 3.
Mhm.
And after you get a couple hundred feet north, you notice that like where the trees were singed at and everything, it sort of dies out here. So there's very clear evidence that like there was an initial eruption, and then that flame continued down the path before it burned out. But it did not appear to go north from here.
So we just happened to have been wrong place at the wrong time.
We were extremely unlucky, considering this thing doesn't last long.
Mm-mm. Yeah. Do you think it was a ruse to get us here? Or do you think there was an actual issue?
I'm assuming whatever it was that got the church destroyed in the first place is what got us called here. And then everything went from there, and it was too late by the time we got here.
If I'm not mistaken, the initial complaint was occultist activity.
Which I wouldn't be surprised with for the destruction.
Makes sense for the sacrifice. Sacrifices.
Yes.
Okay.
You're so nosy.
All right. So as you guys continue north, you said about 2 miles or so. I assume you're gonna make your way to like the coastline and sort of follow that up.
Yeah.
Um, and from here to the nearest city to the little small settlement to the north, there's no like clear path to it. It's all just sort of going through field and grassland. Um, so it would be about a day and a half or so journey to the north. So, um, so you guys head 2 miles down, set up camp. How close to the water's edge are you? I know Desmond's probably further away.
I mean, I'd say a few hundred feet.
Mm-hmm.
Close enough to see it so we can use it to as a travel guide, but not close enough where we're gonna have to deal with a soggy camp.
Yeah.
Okay.
Making camp not on a beachy floor. Once the ground starts to stiffen up.
Okay. Yeah, so you set up camp, and around the time that you guys set up camp, Roderick, you're noticing you're starting to hear the insects again. You're starting to hear the owls hooing. Um, as you all get your campfire going and you're looking off at the waters, uh, you can see like fish jumping, um, and things have seemingly returned to normal in this area. Um, is there anything anyone wants to do tonight besides pound back shots of mayo?
I'll take last watch since I need the least amount of rest, and I can let you all sleep throughout the remainder of the night after I've gotten a sufficient trance through.
I'll I'll do first watch. Gives me time to experiment with this jug.
Wake me up next if you would. As long as it's fine with you, Roger. Unless you want to say.
Whenever I'm needed, just wake me up.
All right. Um, Desmond, give me a wisdom saving throw, please. So as you're tinkering with your jug and trying to fully understand what this thing can do, you throw another log on the fire to keep it going. Um, and as you do, for a brief moment, you see the silhouette of that creature that you've seen appear in the flame as it sort of dances. And it's just for a quick instant, you see it, and then as the flame sort of dies back down and begins to consume the log, it just goes away.
Desmond kind of stares at the fire for a second, looks down at the log that he threw, adjusts one of the dials on his mask to get a better look, and is staring at this fire now.
Yeah, for the remainder of your watch, nothing else happens.
Since that happened, he kind of left his alchemist setup behind him, and he's kind of sitting on the ground, poking at the fire, and that has his full attention for his entire watch.
Okay. Who is second?
Me.
Um, Desmond, do you let Thrain know what you thought you saw?
Nope.
All right. So Thrain, what do you plan on doing during your watch?
Mainly just listening and watching the water. It's just a field behind us, patch of woods. So if I'm facing the water, what would be behind me?
So from where you guys are at right now, it's basically just an open field. Um, if you were to look to your west, um, there's the water a couple hundred feet, as you guys said, in front of you. So there's the water, some beach, and then as the grass starts to pick back up, you guys are making camp around that area there. So maybe a few felled waterlogged trees and um, a few elm trees, as Elm Hollow got its name for the elm in this area. So probably a few elm trees sprinkled about. And then to your east, it's mostly just like rolling plains, but a couple, probably half mile or so away, would be where the wood line starts. So you'd in the night you probably wouldn't even be able to see that from here. So it's mostly just kind of rolling plains, a few trees here or there, and then your guys' fire lighting up, 60-foot radius around you.
Speaking, look, keeping an eye out, listening to the water, relaxing,
Okay.
honing
Um,
my blades, making sure they stay sharp.
okay. Yeah, so as you're doing that, you're just sort of watching, um, watching the waves roll and the slight reflection of your guys' fire kind of, lighting up the intricacies of the water. Give me a wisdom save, please. Um, and for your watch, it's uneventful. Who you waking up?
Roderick,
Roderick, what do you plan on doing on your side of the watch?
Just kind of doing his normal patrol. Nothing special.
Okay. So you'll be walking about, I assume probably taking a little bit of a distance from where the group is and kind of just seeing what's around this immediate area.
Yep.
Okay. And wisdom save 15. As you're walking, it's fairly uneventful. You probably have a little bit of, you've probably gotten a little bit of relief in actually hearing the wilderness and hearing the sounds of life come back. And as you're sort of just pacing about, kind of doing a patrol, the only movement you really see is just the shadows dancing about from the flickering of the campfire. And as as you're getting to like the end of the area that you planned on walking to, just before you decided to turn back, the shadows dancing about, you see in the shadow just a silhouette of that creature, and the shadow sort of reaches out, not in the literal sense, but the shadow stretches out, forming like that full 15-foot silhouette right in front of you on the ground for just a brief second. So fast that by the time you snap your head to the fire, you see that it was just Nell's rucksack and sword that was actually creating the shadow. But it looked exactly like the silhouette of that creature that you've seen.
Okay. He will stay particularly alert. He would be carrying a torch since he doesn't have night vision.
Okay. And other than that, nothing eventful happens. Would you let Nell know what you thought you saw when you woke them up?
Yeah, because he's a bit paranoid.
Nell sits up and hears what Roderick has to say, and with a quick nod, they readjust the rucksack so it's not going to recreate the shadow and spook themselves. But after telling Roderick to get some rest, and they're going to start just keeping a brief perimeter, and as they walk, they're just kind of like tracing their fingers over the symbol on their new shield.
Okay. So like you're walking with shield like on your arm and just sort of.
Yeah, just kind of like mindlessly tracing the Eclipsean Order's seal, because just everything that's happened is It's a lot.
Yeah. Can you please give me a wisdom saving throw? All right. So you adjust the you adjust the rut sack, and that's been sort of weighing on your mind a little bit as you're walking around, and you're sort of keeping an eye over your shoulder. And every time the flame dances a little bit and you see the shadows shift ever so slightly, it kind of forces your attention back over there. And as as you're walking and you're running your fingers over the creases of the shield, um, for a brief second, you feel something move under your hand and it feels like it grabs your wrist. And you jump back to look, and there's nothing there.
The perimeter circles get a bit smaller to just just need to look closer to my pals just in case.
You guys wake up to Nell just circling the fire.
Just the fire. This is my watch. But as daybreak makes its way, they wake everyone up and do what they can to start warming themselves up for the day, doing a few exercises while everybody else is starting to get their bearings.
All right. Yeah. So by the time all this winds down, the sun's already starting to come up anyways. So, you finish off your end of the watch right as daybreak comes. Anyone who's still sleeping at around 6 or so, you'd probably be woken up by the sound of a muffled voice coming from Roderick's belongings. You'd hear, "Hey, Roderick! Hey, I just tested to see if this thing works."
He's going to open up his bag and grab the sending stone. Yeah, we're here.
Have you guys made it to Elm Hollows yet?
He just kind of hands it off to Nell.
In passing, Desmond leans forward. Good morning, Quillwise.
Like, oh, good morning. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Why do I have this thing up to my ear then?
So we made it to Elm Hollow and made camp a few miles north of it just to get some distance. The town's destroyed, merely a crater. From what we gather, there was 5 sacrifices that were made that appear to have been clergymen. The church was destroyed seemingly before the whole endeavor, but it's very clear that Elm Hollow was the epicenter.
The clergyman... It makes sense if you think about it from a archaic point of view. Who would have more power back in the days of early man than the church?
Also among these sacrificed, there were 5 rib bones, seemingly one from each, that had magic coming from them, same as that comes from our markings. And Did you say there was like a ball of it somewhere? Desmond?
The center of the crater was radiating energy more than anything.
And you
Was there
said
anything at
that
the
was
center of
all.
it?
You said that was all divination magic, right, Desmond?
The markings on us were divination in nature, but made by something not made by something fiendish. When I checked the magic here, it was evocation, necromancy, and transmutation, though.
That that would match with what I would assume.
I didn't pick up anything else. We have samples that we're bringing back, though.
Samples of what?
The rib bones.
Ew.
Just wasn't sure if you'd be able to pick anything up off of it through any magical testing to see if you could find a source.
Sure, I can. Yeah, that's probably not a bad idea.
You know, it's not the prettiest of things to test, but you take what you can get in these scenarios.
Well, I've hit a dead end on the research for now. I need to find a translation, as one of the books that is going into detail about it, the second half of it is written in a language that I'm not familiar with.
Are you able to identify which language, or is it just too archaic?
That's what I'm trying to figure out now. It's definitely archaic. I thought that the primordial was archaic, but this may be...
predate.
It may, yes.
Oh boy.
The good news is, I have discerned that whatever this primordial malevolence is, we have a very low risk of it being able to enter the material plane.
Well, that's reassuring.
That was my thoughts. So
Also, it was it a couple miles post where our incident happened that it burned out, so it only seems to be able to make it a few miles.
Yeah.
And we were just at the
mile
wrong
and a
place.
half.
Wrong place, wrong time. If we just spent a little bit more time in Bibin, we might have even avoided it all.
if you could estimate how far the path was, as precise as you can.
As precise as we can.
Wasn't it like 2 miles total? 2, maybe 2.5.
I think that's as precise as you're going to get.
So at 2.5 miles, that tells me that the Baradrol was able to sustain power for roughly half an hour.
Doesn't it move at astounding speed? 'Cause when I remember, it closed the gap in an instant, it felt like.
From line of sight to slaughtering us all within a second, so
Yeah,
makes me feel like this would have only been maybe even a 20-second existence.
Well, keep in mind that it's a candle burning down. Its power is strong at the start, but very weak at the end. But I might not have been able to take into consideration its speed, as you said. But that would be even more reassuring, because that would be saying that it lasted even shorter.
Yeah.
Very true.
I do suspect that...
Would there even be anything left of the being after the candle was snuffed? Like, should we be walking around near where the fires ended looking for a corpse?
If what the Archlich wrote is true, there would be nothing left. His exact words were, irrevocably destroyed.
Delightful. All right.
Well, I hope that Sea Bluff brings you good tides. I wanted to test more than anything that this worked. It does.
Glad to see it does.
If you all need anything, do not hesitate to reach out. And I don't know how to close this.
Have a good day, Quillwise. Just hands it back to Roderick.
For like 30 seconds, 45 seconds after you get it back, you can hear like Quillwise in the background, like, where did I put that tome? Ah, yeah, there it is. Him shuffling around, and he's like, here's one of you make a sound or something. Huh? Is this still on?
Yeah, that's Quillwise.
Man, it's really gonna hurt when Quillwise ends up being the big bad evil guy. He just seems so wholesome and wonderful right now that my brain's like, no, don't get attached. It's a bad idea.
Yeah. So, you all pack up and continue on your way. It is about a 2-day journey to this town, and again, there's no roads or anything, so you're just going across the plains, sort of following the coastline. And the village that you're headed to is just a small fishing village. I mean, it's a blip on the map. You know, cartographers didn't even bother to name it. By the time you guys get there, I think that you're gonna try to get a boat and then sail across Lake Sylvanus until you get to Sea Bluff.
Right.
Okay. And does anybody know how to sail, or will you be having someone accompanying you all?
I think we might need a friend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me check Roderick's sheet.
No sailing here.
Okay. So again, 2 days journey there. On the first night, as you're all making camp, you all have that sort of uneasy feeling from the previous experiences that you had. And as you're unpacking and getting things ready, the sun is set by now, and you guys are stoking a fire. Off in the distance, a couple hundred yards from where you're at, You see in the sky this sort of shimmer, which grows brighter and brighter, and then all of a sudden, you see this ball of fire slam down into the field, a couple hundred yards away from where you are, and you can just see the flicker of the embers from whatever is burning off in the distance.
Time to quickly snatch up the battle axe and shield.
Yeah. Have Warhammer ready and mm-hmm.
Following the two of them at a nice, reasonable distance.
Following right behind Roderick.
Desmond, can you see if this thing's any form of magical?
Yeah, let me I'll expedite this one and not using a spell slot, but just casting detect magic.
Did you say not
He'll
using a
go-
spell slot and just casting?
Well, not using a ritual.
Okay. I was about to say what?
Like,
Hold
hold up.
on.
Y'all can't do that.
I just cast fuck the rules.
Right.
Only I can do that. Okay, so you're casting detect magic actually.
Right.
You detect no magic. This thing seems completely mundane.
No magic from where I could pick up.
Now we'll use their divine sense to see if any good or evil comes off of it.
It is both.
Mm.
Well, that's peculiar. It is both good and evil. Which increases the caution at which they approach. I'd say, what do we see upon getting closer?
Sure. Give me a perception roll. Everybody will take the highest.
Guidance on.
What?
Let's go. Desmond. That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah.
Two nat 20s for this. This is great.
I need both of you to roll another 20. Oh, I need another 20.
No. Oh.
Get the fuck out of here. What the fuck is going on? Hold on.
What is it doing?
Oh. Oh no.
Whatever this is, it's gonna fuck us up somehow.
Okay, hold on. 2011, 21, 19. Okay, so, okay.
That was interesting.
That was terrifying.
Yeah.
Let's confirm that crit. Ah! Wrong crit.
So, as you're all approaching, you just see this sort of spherical shape sort of embedded into the ground. And as you get a little bit closer to it, you can see that it almost looks like an egg of sorts. And its coating is, the outer shell of this egg is almost like charcoal. It's charred, and then the cracks of it, you can see just the flicker of fire from the impact where it hit. And as you're approaching this, Nell, you can see. So now you're approaching from the left, and Thrain is to your right, and then Roderick's a couple paces back, and then Desmond's behind that, which explains why Desmond didn't see shit. So now you can see that this egg-like object is cracked open on the side, and you can see inside of it. And there's some like this thick viscous liquid that's kind of spilling out a little bit, and you can see inside of it what appears to be a baby. And this baby is
Like a humanoid baby?
like a humanoid baby, like a baby, little human puppy.
Okay, so
And-
out of character. Nope.
And looking at this thing, it has like pale white skin, and its eyes, as it's sort of like looking about, its eyes have this glow of this like pure blue. Thrain, as you're approaching from the right, you can see that this egg is sort of cracked on the side, and you can see inside of it, and there's this thick, viscous-like liquid that's spilling out of it, and inside you see a baby. And this baby has deep red skin, and its eyes glow a ghostly white.
What?
So, like, we're looking at different sides of it.
Mm-hmm.
So there's two in there.
You only see one. Thrain only sees one. And y'all have no dialogue yet. So you see one baby.
Baby?
Right. Red skin?
What? No. I forget how you described it. Was it pale? Yeah. Pale skin.
Eyes.
Blue eyes. Slowly reaching into egg to withdraw the child.
I'm not approaching fully.
We know Megan's opinions. Nell just is, flabbergasted like baby. Starts to reach in, then looks around like, wait, where did the egg come from?
Yeah, I mean, as you approach, if you get that close where you could like reach into it, you can see sitting right beside the baby that you saw is another baby.
Twins. There's two.
Mm.
And that is a very astute call out. Is they look identical, with the exception of their skin tones are different and their eyes are different, but feature-wise, they are copy-paste.
Babies look different from each other.
Don't be babist.
Listen, when they're newborns, they all just look like swoosh.
Do they look alive?
Yeah, they're like
Aw.
moving about. Their motor functions. If any of you have any sort of some history with babies or have been around children in your life, these babies have far more motor skills than what you would expect a child of this age to have.
Time to withdraw the children.
Or you?
I'm sorry, what race do they appear to be?
Yes.
Humanoid.
Humanoid.
It's hard to tell because of their skin. Like, with them being two different types of skin, like...
Listen, this is the birth of Arkin and Absol, okay?
Exactly.
So
We got pale baby, and we got funny colored skin baby. Twins. Withdraw the children.
as Nell reaches in, which one do you grab first?
I mean, I'm already on the side of the pale one, so
Okay. So now as you reach in to scoop up this child, this bright white light flashes through and blinds all of you. Um, as your vision regains, you see that you are all standing in this void. You can see each other in this dimly lit area, but there is nothing else that you can see. And Roderick, the silence that you hear right now is reminiscent of the silence that you felt in the village.
but is the baby still there?
No.
Bad baby.
Nell just like doesn't know what to do with her arms. Like, what?
And you guys hear this loud thud noise, reminiscent of like a clock strike. And as you hear it, doof, a singular light source beams down from the sky in front of you. And you all are feeling at the exact same time the reminiscence of the dream that you had. And just like the dream that you had, on the other side of this light, you see this figure, this 15-foot tall creature that's standing there in front of you. And it steps into the light, and it says, "Hello, my abyss kissed. I wanted you to see the truth that the world has buried. This was the start of it all. The birth of good, the birth of evil, the birth of the world as you know it. We are the children of fate. Our position was to weave the threads of fate and to create causality. Everything that you see, everything that you do is a direct result of the woven tapestry of fate. That is how you all became my abyss kissed. The last of your kind. It wasn't easy, though. Sure. Convincing a group of plague doctors to send their newest recruit off, that was easy. Convincing the youngest group in a proud family of dwarves to understand the idea of the Eclipsean Order, child's play. Changing the threads of fate to make the whispers of a small, quaint village tell the right ears about an order. It's a little bit harder. But some of you I had to go to great lengths to get here. Sure. Whispering in the dreams of a paladin to send their trainee off, that's easy enough. Killing the paladin's father to be the ignition for the entire thing, that took some planning. But everybody has their place. Every thread that was pulled, every line that was sewn, brought you all here. And though you may not know it yet, you are all gonna be such great help to me. And they step back from the spotlight into the darkness. And you all wake up at camp. Campfire is burned down. Still dark out. You're not sure quite how long you are out. And that's where we're gonna end it after the night.
What? I'm so confused. Are there still babies?
What about the babies?
Were they a vision, or are we supposed to raise these things?
I ain't raising no damn kids. Fuck that.
And that ain't mine. It's white.
Mm-mm.
Just walk by. Interesting. Keep going.
Yeah. That's what I got for the night. I appreciate everybody hanging out. Hopefully we can get John in next week to actually roll click clacks.
He's popped up.
Huh?
Did you just get in?
What?
No, he's been there for a while.
I haven't noticed him up there.
I think it's because.
Oh, it's probably when I loaded up his character sheet.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
No, I didn't see John log in though. But yeah, I appreciate y'all for hanging out. Obviously, I appreciate you four for being here. And we'll be back next week, and we can answer what the fuck for Megan,
What?
Yeah.
but not tonight. Tonight we're not answering what the fuck.
But the babies.
Dot. All right.
Fine.
I think that we should raid out tonight, though.
Okay.
I didn't do that last time, and I should do it. So, if anybody has any recommendations on who to raid to, feel free to let me know. Otherwise, I will find someone who is on and do it that way. Actually, let me check to see if this stream is ending, because that's how it always goes.
Raid out. 13 seconds later, they raid out.
Mm-hmm.
Our favorite.
And of course, there's like an 18-minute long Twitch ad I gotta sit through before I can find out if I can raid to them or not.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, we gotta do this.
That you initially pointed to.
They're role playing. It might be the end of the stream, but we're going. We're going to Mad Bird streams. Bird? Bird. Mad Bird streams. All right. So we're gonna go there. Everybody, if you care to, hang out. If you want to spam a bunch of the emotes that I just put in there and get banned by their bot, do that.
Nice.
And if nothing else, I'll see y'all next week. Bye.
We have arrived